you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hello. Good evening. Welcome in, Carachet. I'm back with more Rogue Trader. We last played this for the Jingle Jam. I have made a new character and played up to where I got. Just because I wasn't completely happy with what I had. I will go over my new character once we get in. Emperor protects. How are you today, Carachet? You having a good day? You walked to the store, it's half an hour through the forest. Didn't expect that much snow, but got my shoes and socks fully soaked. A bit under the weather. Oh god. Keep warm, wrap yourself up, take your medicine. And I hope it clears up soon, because colds aren't to be messed about with. I've had one the past couple of days, and it's really done my voice in. I recorded a YouTube exclusive video, just playing a game, and my voice in it, I listened back to the footage and my voice was, like you can tell I've got a cold. It's really quite suffering. Anyway, I've made a new character. This is Rosalind. How do I pull up the character sheet again? like this. They are a naval commander, I want to say. What was the Navy officer from a fortress world? Their triumph was a feat of greatness, and their darkest hour was that they journeyed through dark... Okay, yeah, what was the... Okay, let's go over this. Fortress world. Fortress worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day they may be called upon to defend the Imperium, a charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier, trained to fight from the very moment they can hold a weapon. And their feature is to never stop shooting. Each time a fortress character kills an enemy, they gain plus 10 stacks if never stop shooting. At the start of their turn, there is a number of stacks chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 AP and will not count towards the attack limit per turn. As a Navy officer, the Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. You used to be a Navy officer and the commander of a void ship, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. Their feature is Brace for Impact. The Navy officer grants the braced effect to each ally in a 5-cell radius. The effect lasts for 1 round. The Navy officer gains +1 charge of this ability at the start of combat when their wounds drop below 50% for the first time in combat, and each time an ally falls unconscious for the first time in battle. Her triumph was a feat of greatness. Under your command, a void ship braved a terrible warp storm without a single casualty among the crew, which gives her heightened awareness. And her darkest hour is grim portents. You have journeyed through dark and forsaken systems, and the things you have seen have left a mark on your soul that will never heal. I picked that one because I thought like it might have gone quite well with that one. Like, we braved a terrible warp storm, but it came at the cost of a mark on our soul. Served kids dinner like an hour ago, taking it easy. I'd love to be able to run a Warhammer Wrath and Glory campaign at some point in the future, but I'll probably advertise a Pathfinder campaign first in like a month. Ooh, bit of tabletop RPGing. Love to see it. Currently, leading towards Iconoclast, belief in the value of human life and freedom, faith in the power of goodwill, capable of overcoming the horrors and dangers of the universe without the need for artificial prohibitions. Desire to seek out common ground and compromise rather than uncompromising destruction. So we have to find an interrogator on behalf of an inquisitor who tasks us to do so. We need a new engine seer and a new navigator, and we need to restock our crew. And Argenta wishes to speak to us. Wherever Argenta is. Down there, apparently.
Rogue trader.
Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat dishevelled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in von Valencius territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
You got a bundle of Pathfinder books for Christmas. You even ran a test solo session of Wrath and Glory. Carius Shetvicus, an Inquisition adept, but he got slaughtered during the first encounter of a heretic. That's the grim dark future of 40k, isn't it? Should I meet with the orphans? I will meet with them, no formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives to the Von Valencius dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
He attempted to shoot his las pistol, rolled heresy, slipped, and then fell to the blade of the heretic. Oh god, that's an embarrassing way to go. I would just roll over and cry if that was my character. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. I mean, I'm pretty great. Look at me. Look how great Rosalind looks. Our indefatigable sister has been learn to speak. Has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Schola Foginum in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Reach your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valencius. You notice Infernus Master Heinrich Montag standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Infernus Master, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? Not at all, your ladyship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. Shall I be grand to the orphans? I, the rogue trader and lord captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honour to the von Valencius banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen, and not particularly impressed by your speech. Just, trying to radicalise these youths at a young age. One of the scowling visitors, with a thin scar across his face, tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Magenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. We won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. I understand your grief and dismay. They live their lives for the truth. Do not speak of their honourable fate with anger and disdain. The strong enough to power to decide to favour the others, the weak either obey or die. Do not speak of their honourable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the rogue trader. Her words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with von Valencians emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Give him treats. I'll shut him up. Magenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement and leaves the bay. Probably could have gone better. But I didn't want to just immediately start giving them gifts and hope it, placated them. I have to speak to them directly, otherwise it wouldn't be very personal, would it?
Lord Captain?
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all
Hello,
the
Elisra.
particulars that interest you.
Ooh, hammy-wammy game today. Yes. We're having it up as a rogue trader. Rosalind von Valencia at your service. Hey, look how cool she looks. A Navy officer from a fortress world. What? What did you type there, Alyssa, that has censored it? Outline the situation the coroner's expands to me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
Bad place to be stranded then. Good to know.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Okay. Who are the main players that he'd be aware of in the Coronis Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory.
Like a privateer.
And they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Winterscale and Bastal Chorda.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Okay. So, organized crime, some religious types, and a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Conrad, our previous master of whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
That's some next level revenge, to commission an artist to draw your enemy of a hole between his eyes.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years.
Valid, though.
And we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but
Thank you
the
for the
fond
hydrate
Valencius
and
protectorate
stretch redeems,
continues
Audrey.
to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, Prepare to be disappointed.
We've just got back
You
into it,
thwarted his
Audrey.
plans.
30
His
minutes into the stream.
meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery.
We
He is sure to attempt to strike at you.
we gave a fancy
and
speech
he
to
will
some
use his
orphans about how their
contacts and
parents died
knowledge of the
honourably.
Protectorate to do so.
Then gave some
The
sweets.
only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
So we played this game first on Jingle Jam. It was the first week, I believe, that I played this. And I liked it, but we only played the prologue. So what I ended up doing was I ended up remaking my character. Once I had a taste for the game and I kind of knew what I wanted. And I've played up to the point I got, and now we're just continuing from there. That's all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
Take our leave. So, the new navigator, a new engineer, new crew. And we need to find the interrogator of the Inquisition. Void ship management. Ooh. This is the void ship, Lucis Naturae. Didn't realize it could be upgraded. That's interesting. Oh, you can assign your characters to positions. I mean, obviously, I'm Supreme Commander. Master Cannoneer needs demolition. That would be our Sister of Battle, Argenta. Master of Maneuvers requires athletics. Abelard, that's you. Warp Channeler. And Master of Etherics, which is like communications. Adira can be the warp channeler. There we go. I don't think there's much use in that yet, because I've not really done any void ship things yet. Map. That's the map. Helmsman. Corpus Valencius. This is the codex, basically. Cargo. Formation. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20%.
I won't compromise my principles.
Ooh. I can change my color scheme. Blue and white, blue and red, blue and purple, blue and beige, blue and lighter red, blue, purple and turquoise, cyan color. Blue and white. I like that one. The default's fine. I think the stub revolver was better than the las pistol. Yes. Yes, it was. The sword does more damage than the axe, but the axe can do bleeding and swinging. Like an arcing attack. Yeah, gloves of endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1 bonus to damage until the end of the combat. So you want that to be somebody who's gonna potentially fall, I guess. Well, Abelard, you tend to go swinging into the front lines, so... +3 to tech use. That can be me. Right, Corrodus Expanse map. Let's start doing stuff out in the system, shall we? And that's us. Lord Captain reporting. The Hells of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Uruk 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Order the Augur crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static, and Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? Let's just try and herald them one more time before we board. The Vox relays the cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and a declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. We're going straight in. Who cares about official approval? That scan is suspicious. They've got damage to their systems, clearly. Or at least they've shut down systems, which is weird. Oh, yeah. People are dead.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess! What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you'll be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. Holy shit, with a shotgun? God damn. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. 2 jet black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Abelard, if you would be so kind. Before you stands her ladyship, the rogue trader Rosalind von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that noblite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, her ladyship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility. But just this once. Thank you, Abelard. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There's a dangerous glint in the man's dark, shrouded eyes. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this place. So, you did not arrive to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Yorick V is a holy sanctum for House Orselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Provide me with a navigator and I will immediately depart the station. I do not think this is possible. York V is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, Felix gestures at the sword around him, you have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. Okay, what is happening on the station? Where do all these corpses come from? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Nobilite, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Yorick V and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Felix falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. Jesus Christ, we could just kidnap him. What kind of help were you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favour under different circumstances, and yet... Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood and withers in pain. And yet, Lady Cassia's well-being is above all, and I haven't got many people left. My wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the Mistress's chambers, you'll need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Only in 40k do you need a holy relic sanctified by blood to power an elevator. That's a bit extreme, but hey, we go for it. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. So how am I supposed to power the animator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. Guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, descendant of the von Valencius line? I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require that House Orselio sign a contract with my protectorate. So be it. Hurry. The mistress's safety is all that matters, but should you fall, our arrangement is finished.
Keep your wits about you.
I don't do shit for nothing. I need a navigator, so I will rescue her for a navigator. Loot. Multi-key. Various goods. So that's returned to void ship. How is that on the elevator? We need to restore it, right? Right, so how does one get to the guard room? I'm a bit confused. There was a button for... Oh, here we go.
Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you?
You hope one day someone uses your life force to power a sliding door.
If the witch is talking about the enemies of
That would
humanity who
be
set
great.
upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Hell yeah. Oh, we gotta jump this. Okay.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Ooh, a trap. Now this is some Baldur's Gate
always
shit
have
right
a
here.
backup plan.
There's a trap up ahead. Order your character to
Just
save
as I
it.
planned.
Ah, simple. No fancy mechanics.
Success is the only outcome I accept. That's how it's done.
Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts open. Oh, Christ. More goods. Let's just steal their books while we're at it. Oh shit! Stand firm, we must not let the miscreants defile House Orselio. Fire at will for House Orselio.
I'll make
Wait.
an example out of you.
Hang on, I thought I was helping House Orselio. Nothing's gone wrong here. Alright, sister. Momentum allows them to use heroic acts and desperate measures. Zeal is a specific mechanic to Sisters of Battle and Priest Swords.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Anyway, we started blasting.
Strike is a prayer.
Nice work, Argenta.
Weapon at the ready.
However, there's been a miscommunication, or the guy who tasked me to save the lady is actually the traitor, and I've been fooled. He was giving me evil vibes, so I'm kind of leaning towards he's actually the traitor.
I know what is to come.
Because otherwise, why would I be fighting the house guards?
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Oh dear, beautiful.
But of course,
Give full warning to Abelard.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
That's a hell of a spread, but go
That's
for
your
it.
back and forth. Victory is imminent.
Buff yourself, you're in the open.
Just a minor setback.
Oh yeah, this is my new character, by the way. I already spoke about her early in the stream, but Navy officer from a fortress world. Rosalind von Valencius. Extra turn for Argenta, perhaps?
I don't need luck. I have strategy. I'll see to it, personally.
I'll do it. Eradicated.
Blam. Out of range. Right then, brace for
I'll
impact,
make it
everyone.
happen.
Break them around. Stay vigilant. Follow my lead. Weapon at the ready.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is worthless. Each strike is a
Woohoo.
prayer.
Beautiful. So this bar here is momentum.
I'll do it.
Get into cover.
As the Emperor commands,
The soldier gains the ability to make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire.
power resides in the will of the righteous.
Hell yeah.
Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Just keep blasting.
As the Emperor...
Oh, Genta, you beauty. That was a good round.
Strengthens me.
Having a sister battling your starting crew feels like cheating, you know?
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Hello, Fane.
My place is at the fore. At your beck and call. It will be done.
You pew them all.
Don't let your
Oh,
guard
Genta's
down.
great. I love her. Ah, still not quite enough movement. That's fine.
Who?
What if
Not
Argenta kept shooting?
I'll do it.
Worth a go.
I'll make it happen.
Follow my lead. Break their morale.
My ears are ringing.
Stay vigilant.
Appalachia tank.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Follow my lead.
Stormtrooper aim on that
What
guy.
is this foreboding? That is not my destiny.
Still out of range. Can do that though.
Follow my lead. I will do my duty. One fewer target.
You take a single bolter shot and manage to survive. I ain't fighting anymore. I'll play dead if I have to. If you take a single bolter shot and manage to survive, you're probably crippled. And shouldn't keep fighting anyway. I don't think surviving a bolter shot is actually the preferable outcome. I think I'd rather just die to one. A mutated flesh sample.
What a peculiar thing.
A meteorite chunk. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Loot. Ooh. Armor. Is the armor good? %5 more armor, but with a dodge penalty because it's heavier, I guess. So less dodge chance, more armor, more damage reduction. I presume this is going to be worse than all of the starting gear. It's kind of giving worse than the starting gear vibes. Yeah, it is. Fair enough. We can sell it. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous horror. Yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. Bodyguard Emperor, well, you are a strapping lad. You'll probably make it for a cycle or three. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn to mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our Iho. One ho? Iho? Who knows? Oh, what happened to that one? Threw themselves out of a depressurized chamber because the voice told him to. Calm down. Keeper Felix and Dixwood will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed, be quiet, he might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check them. Does that continue and I just have to go to inventory to read more? Or is that where it ends? I guess that's where it ends. Ooh. Imperium lore.
I always get the job done.
Statue by the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent, the 23rd year of this millennium. Original. What was that? Data crypt. On the training of worthy servants at the court of Navis Nobilite. Just rules for servants.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Well, what do we have here?
I better myself through my service.
Navigator flesh sample. Fragments of scales and rudimentary webbed fingers.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
Let the people grieve. Lady Theodora was with us so long that we started to believe she was immortal.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. This is intriguing.
Looks like that has to be... That trap looks like it's maybe tied to something over here. It's just tech users.
Just as I planned.
The door. Yes, disarm the trap.
The Emperor favors me today.
Loot. Love it. Hello. Did you hear that? Did you hear the screams move? Sir, you're right, we can't hear anything. Ah, I see. The people have gone a bit nuts. I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. So, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir. God damn. I know. You are all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you? Oh, we just shoot him. Okay. No battle there.
Dawdle.
We just give them a swift blasting. Research notes. Hello. Servants. For some reason, the arch enemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Carapace chestplate. Ooh, more armor but not at the cost of dodge penalties. Nice. Bit of armor. Not bad. I'll take it. Consumables. Classic. Let's give fire grenades to our main combatants.
That's how it's done. I always have a backup plan.
Awaken the Cogitator Spirit. The Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around a sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the Cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The Cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator's systems. One second, I'm going to turn my light on. I've realised I didn't do that, so it's going to get dark in here in a sec. Ignore the procession that I was taking over me there. That was nothing. Hang on. Chat box is a bit cut off there. There we go. Request data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Bellic alive. Theobald alive. Calamira deceased. Alexius deceased. Rasmus Estevan deceased. So the only two available navigators are Felic and Theobald. In the main hall where we met them, and the upper chambers. We haven't met yet. Oh, I forgot to reconnect my Twitch. Hang on, to my Beanian. 1 second. Hang on, let me do a yeet for you. Oh, it's on cooldown. Hang on. There you go. Call Rykard Minoris for help. The system cannot carry out your command despite eager compliance with the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the Cogitator's mechanisms. Examine the log. The archive data stored on the Cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox Report 12AH890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Chamber Officer A282, do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The Tech Priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of their living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6 and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Siren for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply, and cannot be sure if we even sent in the first place. Cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. The rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. That's a paranoid way of going about it. Welcome in, Mist. How you doing? Examine the recent entries of the incident log. Report X-880 originator classified. Date classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains processed. The negotiations with the Winterscales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Data expunged. Oh, who is the child? Examine the station's docking log. Identity confirmed. Regent Aronto Orselio. Date of visit. Classified. Thank you for the first time chat, Alexa. Play Wonderwall. The Emperor protects. Actually, if I owned an Alexa, that would be a pretty good name. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Security and life support logs. Warning. Damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8 and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. View the encrypted data. Required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. 78% break through the Machine Guardian's defences. Failed? Damn it. That's the right, main chamber controls. I'm not sure you want to open all the doors on the main chamber. Elevator. Activate the elevator.
Is there money to be made?
Let's head this way now. Maybe I do want to open the doors. Is this the main hall? Okay, presuming that's the main hall, I'm going to open all doors. The cogitator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirits have fled their mechanical casket. Your assumption is incorrect. As it fills with static just a few moments later, you can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Data corrupted. Shit. Alyssa, you still in chat? I need to translate. Alyssa, are you there? You must know binary, right? Do I cheat and just use a binary translator? Oh. The protocol has been executed, the passage has been opened. Did I get lucky and just pick the right one? We take it.
I always keep my options open.
Oh no, that one didn't open. So what one opened? Ooh, frag grenades. Oh, that's a cool statue. The Lady Navigator's statue looks pristine and new. Very cool.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
So did that not open that door I wanted opened, or did it open a different one? So I did get lucky before then. Oh, hang on. What did I press this time? Okay, that was the correct one. If all else fails, slap every button possible.
Let us not dawdle.
I was elected to lead, not to read.
Just as I planned.
Synthetic amniotic fluids pool across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. Lovely. The caustic stench of reagent sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory, or find something. We just take all this random shit, why not? Sure, it's worth something. Lady Cassia's Medicae. Transducer. Oh, there's going to be a bit of science to do. That's what all this stuff is for. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Ah, this is where we remake the control rod, of course. Right. Okay, we have lab notes, I believe. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths so we could study the influences of rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised that I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the... into the formula. All the data related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt KO40H. I will get back to them later, once I'm done with experiment H41OK. Have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless, although its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Right. All the data related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt K040H. It's that one. Data crypt connector. 040H. Tissue flask, catalyst flask, reagent flask. Navigator flesh sample, mutated flesh sample, Blackwater, blood in a sacred mechanism. That's the blood. Let's read these notes. More and more servants are being influenced by the immaterium. It has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts, most unusually, to the crystals we purchased in the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This causes something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. The tech priest blessed the data crypt H41OK for the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the Technomats to deliver this sacred mechanism into Majos Dioctus's capable hands. So clearly I have to connect the relevant data crypt and then add the catalyst reagent and tissue from the notes that reference it. But I am a bit confused. So, crystal purchased from the Winterborn Dynasty is probably this one. The side crystal. Corrupted flesh is mutated. So, mutated flesh, side crystal, H40KO. No, H41OK. But then there's one more thing, which is so tissue catalyst reagent. That's tissue. Crystal is the reagent. What's the catalyst? Well, it says don't use acid, so it's not that one. Maybe I have to read the others to get a clue of what. Adamantine dust and black water. So those two go together. Alongside. It does say worst idea. Meteorite chunk is apparently useless. Keeper Theobald gave their sample, which means navigate a fresh sample goes with the adamantine and black water. So I'm going to presume the biogel is what we need for this one, because it's what's left over. So data crypt connector, tissue flask is mutated flesh, catalyst is biogel, reagent is... Wait. Shit. Maybe we have to grind it.
This could be an opportunity.
Yes, crystal dust. Fingers crossed.
What do we have here?
Shimmering emulsion. The user permanently gains +1 psi rating and plus 50% more chance to trigger Perils of the Warp. This dangerous phenomenon may occur whenever Veil degradation reaches 15 and a major psychic power is activated. The chance of this happening is 10 plus psi rating plus Veil degradation. Perils of the Warp are dangerous to anyone in the vicinity of the Psyker. The manifestations can push away characters, damage them and summon demons, fill the air with motive force charges, and much more. Perils of the Warp are predictable and dangerous. So I can give that to a Psyker to give them +1 psi rating, but with a much higher chance that they trigger unpredictable events. Basically wild magic. Incredible. Oh, where did I put that? I did take that, right? Wait, where did I put it? Oh, did I send it to cargo, maybe? Where did I put it? Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem Albin. Let me just do that. Ah, there it is. Keep that on you, just in case. You never know when you need +1 psi rating. Need the hat on. Right. So, the second one was... Navigator flesh sample, adamantine and black water. They said it's the worst idea that could have entered their mind, but it led to an important discovery. Litra KO'd me. I'm trying to do science. I need my brain. I mean, worst idea possible. Lucky they survived. Why shouldn't I recreate that outcome? Oh, so probably should introduce a more complex compound into the formula. So something more complex than adamantine. Maybe we should search around some more. Ooh, another lab journal. Test subjects exhibit signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss. Okay, just some really horrible notes about experimentation on people. Lovely. So this combination here ended badly for them, apparently. We need to find another...
Is there money to be made?
Let's keep doing this science. Let's go see if we can find another... Cryptech. Is it... Wait, what was it called again? Yeah, data crypt. You'd never data crypt. Ideally, right? Unless... Should I just...
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Because it only lets me put stuff in there if it's possible to combine it, right? So... Yeah, I'm missing a... Right, so Blackwater. Navigator. Let's just do this, see what the hell happens. It could end terribly. Which one was the... KO40H? No. Shit. Okay, no more science. Whoopsie daisy. That's fine. Let's just grind that down and see if it's handy another time.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh, I don't think the bloody Venian audio is coming through. Hang on. Did you hear the music? If you didn't hear the music, the Venian audio is not working. Hang on. Sometimes it gets confused and it captures the game audio as the Venian audio. It'll work next time.
I always keep my options open.
Pretend there was cloud music there, and I wasn't just bobbing my head to nothing.
An expected result.
I have a control rod. Where do I put it? Idira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deeper into her shoulder as she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Who is who? Who did you see behind the masks? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak. The naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. What paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Thank you, I did not understand a single word. Idira nods tiredly and glances at Felix at the corner of her eye. This station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Hand over the key. Felix exhales loudly and smiles. Thank you, rogue trader. I don't even know what to say. Status and honour prevented me from admitting it before now, but you have awoken hope in me. Hope that I might actually leave this station together with the mistress, which is why I'm about to ask one last favour of you. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator powers. Their absence makes me a living target, but this weapon is useless against you, as is the bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask you to deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with the relic of our house, a sacred amulet against all evil. Recent events have badly disturbed Lady Cassia's psyche, and warp entities always lust for weaker souls, especially when the veil grows thin. You too will be safe next to this charm. If you turn out to be a lousy navigator after all this effort, I will personally feed you to avoid Kraken. Just so we're clear. Felix smiles softly and appears relaxed and almost calm. If everything goes as planned, you will not have to worry about such things. You are going to need this charm. Felix hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch, no matter how long you hold it in your hand. May the God Emperor's light be with you. I don't trust this guy, actually. He's just sort of telling me to do things. I have to trust that they do what he says. Like, how do I know that this crystal thing I'm giving her is actually going to help her? What if she's like a traitor? Well, then what if he's a traitor? I mean, this whole place is clearly corrupted. Cassia, the pale figure with unnaturally long limbs, covers her face with her hands, which are deformed like talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her dishevelled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jewelled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warp nightmares re-emerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? Rosalind von Valencius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Rosalind. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Theobald Ocello. The heavy-set old man, who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has been ripped away from him. The child! Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child? Throne preserve! Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out, as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain, this one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offence, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix's service. So who are you? Right, Felix bad. I knew it. He was giving me bad vibes the whole time. I should have just like not brought the rock that he gave me here, I guess. I like having Abelard introduce me. It feels very official. Abelard, introduce us. Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Rosalind von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronus Expanse, and bearer of the Sacred Warrant of Trade, extends her greetings. Yeah, I'm Rosalind and this is Abelard. He speaks for me. He makes me seem fancier than I am. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so Horse Arcelio now seeks the service of you. Save the life of your child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today, you decide. I want to know what happened between you and Felic. Felic is my wayward student. He came to Uric 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him to care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long tradition of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novators, Tisiphone or Celio. We led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the novator's throne. So, choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful son of a noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the unconscious young woman with reverence. Felic accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice, or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobilite. If the honest word of an honourable man counts for anything with you, I guarded this station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. What service do you ask of me? Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away from his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. His slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aronto, acting head of House Orcelio, in the Cornus Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Magenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. I believe I have made my decision. Felic is a true monster. Let's do away with him together. Theobald dips his head in favour of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child, do not be alarmed. The power of House Orcelio's heir will help us destroy our enemies and shield us from Felic's navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. I have chosen to side with Cassia in this situation. I've never seen a more clear-cut case of who's the victim and who's the perpetrator. On the one hand, we have a lady who's clearly suffering through a lot of shit, and then on the other hand, we have like a pompous asshole who's ordering everyone around. It's, you know, really simple. It's about time we repay those who betrayed our house. Come. Rogue trader, you treacherous worm. I knew I should have killed you. That is enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisiphone herself. Surrender. I am a savior of our house, and I am prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them. I don't like your odds here, mate. We've got like... Oh! Oh. Just...
You dare cross the faithful?
What's that shot? Theobald did not acknowledge it at all.
Anything else?
Exposes weakness.
Will do.
Grant Abelard a forewarning. I mean, he's up against 2 navigators and like a sister of battle and Psyker, like two navy officers
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
and a bunch of soldiers. Holy shit! You don't fuck with navigators, apparently. Momentum and zeal.
Justice for the weak.
What if I just get, like, up close and personal?
Faith without deed.
How did you miss? Sargenta?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Come on.
I'll do it.
God damn it. Yeah. Abelard versus Bulls.
Victory is imminent.
Oh, hang on. The chat box isn't working. Let me refresh that. It seems to have stopped updating. That's fine.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Pew
At
pew.
your beck and call.
Weather the storm.
Holy shit, okay.
Weapon at the ready.
Lady Cassia's bodyguards are not to be fucked with.
My faith strengthens me.
Let's make some opportunities.
Pew pew.
Your end was inevitable. It's as good as done.
Have another turn, Cassia.
As duty demands.
Oh, beautiful.
Follow my lead. Break their morale.
Moving out.
There is movement in the Imperium.
Idira. Cast testicular torsion.
Was it you? Or... Not this Squire's job. Will do.
Maybe I'll stab him myself, Felic. How about that?
Step aside.
The
Because you've been chatting some shit for someone in sword distance, I'll tell you that much. Argenta!
I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands,
There we go.
the Emperor's judgment.
Come on, Argenta.
A tactically sound approach.
Ah. Oh, Sophia Bolt dies even though...
Child,
Great, okay.
survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
So nailing that battle didn't change his fate at all. Illusion of choice, I love it. I guess he was already dying beforehand, so this is just it catching up to him. That's whatever, it's fine.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Oh. Come out! Come out from behind that pillar, Abelard. Come on. He's like, are you a bit shy today, Abelard? Come on.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Adira brusquely wipes away her tears with pointed determination. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before. What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, I, Rosalind von Valencius, rogue trader with the Imperium and Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Your Act 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Listen, if I had the choice to choose between, like, this asshole as my navigator, or, you know, the cool-looking lady, like, come on. What the hell did you want me to do? Tactical goggles. Wait. Wow, incredible. Yeah, no. I don't do much shooting, really. I want to do more shooting, but at the moment I don't do much shooting, so I'm gonna keep the helmet on me. Ooh, she's a companion. You looked bluer in your portraits. Like, oh, she looks more human now. God damn it. And where are your gills? I feel cheated. Where's the monster gill, damn it? See, I'm glad I changed away from being a psyker, because we've already got 2 psykers. I mean, come on. Willpower. So I could just take my navigator on missions with me. That seems risky. But she also seems like she kicks ass, so I guess we'll take it. Whenever an ally in combat gains an extra turn, the navigator gains a stacking +5 bonus to willpower. I grant extra turns, so that could be good. The navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with +3 additional movement points. The first ally targeted by the navigator with a single target ability each turn gains the same amount of additional movement points. Yeah. We love movement points. Let's go for it. Hey Cassie, I'm just going to loot your mentor. Thank you. Don't mind me. Thank you. So these are the same. Oh, not quite. Castigating. Enemies targeted by Navigator suffer -5 penalty to all their characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. This penalty stacks and is prolonged until the Navigator's next turn every time it stacks. Infusing. Allies targeted by the Navigator's powers gain a +5 bonus to all characteristics. Basically the same thing but in reverse. I'll give her the offensive version of that for now. Although, hang on, I gave her an ability to give movement points. I'm going to give her the Guardian version. Because I'm going to be targeting with abilities. Is that what the loot? Have I looted all of your friends and comrades? Yeah? Okay, let's go.
Is there money to be made?
Oh my god. So all the armor. There we go. Navigator quiet. Now we need an engines here. Behold my phone. Yes, we may have entered the ship at the same time, but I did make sure to sit on my phone and turn it around so that I could dramatically spin it to speak to you. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heartbeat starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course, when you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Victus, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? After a few seconds of hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with such mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honourably, and did not exploit me in my wretched position. and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I am ready to go to Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. I should ensure that all necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. You can survive to gaze at my warp eye when it is opened. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. The boxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of cloves, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, a low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, the umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising over foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond a wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. The sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of Cogitator's levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks. The Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking for a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain. Their throats roar from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it were for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness is spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and one metallic click. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. The vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station, Uric 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykad system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navis Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components of our own for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Gather any components that may be of use on the ship. As you command, Lord Captain. Scrap container times 3. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engineer prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We're also missing some crew, and more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich von Calix, the right hand of Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain he was not at Yorick 5, so we should keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always business with you, Victus? Can't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain. If you are interested, this week passed with a record low of miners' disturbances in the lower decks. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor implant maintenance. The quartermaster of store compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. Yes, we have enough tablecloths. Hell yeah. Thank you, Victus. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. See, that's the shit I want to hear about as a captain. I want to know that we have decent tablecloth stacks, you know? I mean, it's pretty clear that we should be having... We've got to have our navigator as the warp channeler. And who better to handle comms than someone who can see the future, kind of. Scrap is used to repair the void ship. Use scrap to repair your ship and restore its hull integrity. Improve the parameters of your ship's prow and hull, or upgrade the abilities of its posts. So I can upgrade the hull, upgrade the ram. I should probably wait, because I've yet to do any gameplay revolving around the ship upgrades. I feel like they'll teach me that as I need it, right? That's my assumption, at least. I feel like we should go to Viscount Minoris next. Whee! Look at me go. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where an uninitiated crew member is shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to her deck. Oh no. She's... Not navigator racism. Stop shunning her for how she has gills. The gills are cool. Leave our fish girl alone.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Yorick 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course, although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin clawed hand. Her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. The events that took place on Yorick 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. Your only attendant is your valet from Uric 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes a topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. I hope that you've had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility.
Cassia tosses her head back and straightens.
But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
You have nothing to apologise for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad. And it is just as natural to share them with others. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant, however the crew's well-being hinges on that of its navigator. Let's just be polite, you have nothing to apologise for.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Uric 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
She places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
She's giving Manic Pixie Dream Girl a little bit. We all need some of that in our lives, you're right, Hex. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
I do not tolerate idlers on this ship, and my officers know it well.
Then, I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Cute little bow she does. Yeah, level up. From talking to people. Love it. When an ally uses a heroic act, that ally gains temporary wounds. The range of the officer's abilities is increased by +3. The range of voice's command is increased by +6. Oh, that could be good. Whenever the officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gains a bonus to perception ballistic skill equal to 3. These bonuses stack, but half of the stacks are lost at the end of the target's turn. Inspire Courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time, that ally gains +4 temporary wounds. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, the ally's resolve is increased by +1. The officer's resolve is increased by +3. They gain armor alongside temporary wounds that I might grant. Allies under the effective officer's ability gain a bonus to their weapon skill and deal more damage to attacks of opportunity. First use of my commands is 1 less action point. I get a free attack when other characters use heroic act. I grant people a bonus to resistance tests when I use abilities on them. God, there's so many abilities. I feel like there's almost certainly like a meta to it, and I just don't know them. I just don't know the meta. Overwhelming. I almost don't really care about learning the meta. I just want to pick out some cool shit, you know. I mean, I'm a Fortress World character, so shooting is kind of my thing. I've already got some bonuses to supporting my allies. Maybe I should try and improve my shooting abilities. I mean, I've got what was it? Never stop shooting. Oh, that requires I kill a character with an attack. Which admittedly I don't do much. But I could get stacks of never stop shooting simply by ending a turn with this. That seems like a must-have. Because that's kind of like my thing there. Fellowship, willpower. What's my current? I think I already have high fellowship, so I'm going to go with willpower. Never stop believing. Let's never stop shooting. Don't Stop Believing is a song. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. But it's never stop shooting. Ooh, turn critical hits into normal hits when hit by, not because it would be bad if it was the ones we do. That just sounds good. Up perception further. Oh, willpower was actually higher than fellowship. So I could have brought up fellowship and made it equal willpower. Oh well, that's something to remember. More ballistic skill for Argenta, because her thing is shoot the gun. That's her thing. That's what she's made for. Controlled shot. The soldier gives the sign that they are about to open fire. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Right, so if allies are in the line of fire, she can go, oh, I am about to shoot, and then they dodge automatically, so that there's no friendly fire done. I see. The soldier immediately dashes in the selected direction, spending all their movement points. Does not provoke attacks of opportunity. That's basically run and gun from XCOM. No, not run and gun. It's basically the Ranger ability from XCOM, which lets them just ignore. It just lets them move real quick. The next ranged area attack made by the soldier deals 100% damage and has an additional 20% dodge reduction. Entrench. Spend all of their AP to gain cover efficiency. So that's like a setup ability. They entrench themselves, but then can follow that up next turn with run and gun. With a refund. The soldier's next ranged burst attack will have its base rate of fire doubled, but deal 25% less damage. All the shots will follow random trajectories. I'm going to go for dash. Already got endure. The warrior's next melee attack gains 20% armor penetration plus 8 damage and ignores 12% of the target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Right, so that's kind of similar to Reckless Strike in Baldur's Gate, except rather than reducing your... Instead of making you more vulnerable, it just makes them attack you. So you have to do it. You kind of have to rely on Reckless Strike to actually do the killing blow. The warrior marks a target, gaining plus 25% armor and plus 6 damage on melee attacks. Right, so pick out an enemy and duel them. Breakthrough. The warrior gains the slash ability which costs 0 HP and has 1 charges for the next current round. Slash cannot be used in the same round as charge. Slash. The warrior dashes through an enemy to the cell on the opposite side and makes a melee attack with minus 50% reduced damage. That's some Power Ranger shit. Welcome in, Faye Seeley. Hello. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're having a lovely day. My name is Rosenthorn. It's a fairy raid. I am currently playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. It's my first playthrough. We are about 4 hours into the game. 2 hours into the stream. Did you have a lovely stream? What were you playing? Oh. Here's my strut, strutting my way on over to you. You like my strut? I like it too. Strutting my way on over to you. Thank you for the raid as well, Enraged Alien. It was a double raid. You were playing Bakura? What's Bakura?
Do you like magic?
I'm not familiar. Thank you for the follow, Enraged Alien. Welcome in. What's Bakura? I'm just doing boring character level up stuff right now, but we're going to get straight back into the action soon. Forceful Strike. Gathers all their might for a crushing strike. The next melee attack pushes the enemy away. Taunting Scream. The warrior unleashes the terrifying scream, drawing the attention of their enemies and becoming a priority target. It's a cute side-scroller 2-player where each view the world differently and solve puzzles together. Ooh, that does sound fun. I do love a puzzle game. And I especially like a 2-player puzzle game. Let's do Breakthrough. Plus 10 Carouse. This skill is affected by the toughness characteristic. It represents the ability to resist negative effects. Athletics. Ability to traverse difficult terrain. Let's do Athletics. Are you not good with puzzles, Enraged Alien? Or when it said view the world differently, was Faye seeing like a cute world and you were seeing like an apocalyptic one? Ah, that's funny. So one of you has like a wonderful time of it, the other one has to go through a post-apocalyptic hell. You were a duck, your neighbor was a bear. That is a very different experience, isn't it? God, there's so many abilities. Enemies damaged by the Navigator suffer plus 10% additional damage from any source of warp damage, which can stack up to 5 times. Yes, please. There we go. Leveled up. Okay, have a good look, Faye. I was about to take a break anyway. I will not be long, though. Only about 10 minutes or so. I'm going to make myself a coffee and stretch my legs. I urge everyone else to hydrate and stretch and get your blood flowing, you know? We were just on our way to the next planet to do a mission there. Try and find a engine sear prime for our ship to replace the one that we lost in a battle at this beginning. Oh. Redeem? What redeem have you found? That's all it does. That's all it does, Faye. I hope that was worth 500 roses. Oh, it's just a good music video. You should look it up. Virtual Insanity by Jamiroquai. Absolute banger. Oh god. A lot of my redeems do get fairly violent. So that Virtual Insanity Redeem used to make me hold my hand up and approach the screen, but it kept glitching and breaking, so I just replaced it. But it used to make me be the one who, you know, slowly approached the screen with my hand outstretched. It does look like it's just approaching me threateningly, yeah. I did wonder if there would be a way for me to, like... I tried to get, like, a transparent one and was like, I wonder if I can, like, make it look like it's approaching chat. But I couldn't figure it out, so... It's still funny, so I'll take it. Because I get abused by redeems all the times I hex. I need to think of a redeem to abuse you with. I do know some streamers who have redeems, which are basically like... You can redeem to ask someone to be silenced for like a amount of time. Or they can like ask to be timed out. So maybe I should just add a redeem that lets you time someone else out. Might be a bit mean though. Right, I need a break. I need to stretch my legs. I've been at this for 2.5 hours, so loo break, coffee, water, stretching. 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Bye bye.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hello. Hi. Welcome back, everyone. Now that we've spoken to Cassia, let's get back to it. To ride Cad Minoris. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Victus pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wissarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Oh god, stop causing issues every couple of minutes. Come on. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a high-born brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you've already seen fit to disturb her. The unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher rank officer will be logged in your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avril Event requesting permission to speak. Event falls silent, and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I'm sorry, Captain. Lord Captain, I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures. Event exclaims hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks in order to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Rent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. Huff. He glances at Sourback, who is standing not too far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Rosalind, and to intervene in what happens on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Bent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There is an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. I would not have deemed this as problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumours that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumours were baseless, and as for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. Have you considered that maybe there's a problem because you don't deem it worthy of the rogue trader, so the rogue trader can't fix it? Come on, Abelard. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, she will quell the unrest. I tried to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up rules in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your ladyship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring a problem, not solving it. Okay, how does this all start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who had been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported up to Shane immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal's Rosalind come into all this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that order, of that system, is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one vermin who murdered Theodora von Valencius will find refuge on our ship. You were too heavy-handed, Seneschal Rosalind. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors, it has driven the people to the brink. Bent says bitterly. Now there's a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to say anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower deck, stop the assault units and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harbouring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general labourers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialised systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succour to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rock-gap brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We could have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hasn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks. Everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all neighbouring sectors. Master at Arms, the ship's enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realise that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Sourback bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wazarian's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mr. Sourback, I see you've decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behaviour does you no credit. Sourback, explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that the Master at Arms is responsible for resolving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality.
Here, my son, strutting my way on over to you. You like my son? I like yours too. Strutting my way on over to you.
Welcome into Cartagena VT. Thank you for raiding with a party of 6. My name is Rosalind. We are currently playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. It's an RPG. Did you have a lovely stream? Welcome in. Lovely to see you. We're in the middle of handling some ship drama, as I am the captain. You can see colours. And what colours can you see, Random Innocent? The stream is alright. My folks keep calling me, so I had to end it early. Oh, okay. I hope everything's okay. Random Innocent Guardsman, are you perhaps a 40k fan? And do I need to call someone to check on you? I don't know. I think maybe you showing up in a 40k stream called Random Innocent Guardsman was kind of a giveaway, but there's lots of different kinds of guardsmen. I could have been wrong. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Wazarian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your ladyship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master at Arms they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's order. And there's a pattern in these actions. Abelard, do you wish to respond? Mistress Sourback, can you recall any occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favouritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal, for there has been no such cases in the entire time I have served upon this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honour with blood. Your conduct... I figured today that Skittles aren't made of rainbows. I found out by reading an Inquisition file. Guards, execute him. Nevertheless, given your imminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck, handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those who set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faithless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. Lieutenant Fent, would you say the Seneschal has singled you out from your peers in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Rosalind has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions. Although, he is a man who has convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps at his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. To prepare new generations of the dynasty servants, to instruct them, and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it. That is my duty as Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. I'd have thrown every third person standing on this bridge right now as my student at one point. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. I am certain that the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. For him preserve you, Lord Captain, I thank you for your support. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot for myself and see the expedient resolution of this incident. Oh, sorry, Faye, were you trying to share a clip? Hang on. Am I able to temporarily... Does that let you... Can you post a clip now? Try the link again. I mean, if you want to share it to the Scuff of Legends channel, it didn't work before because you didn't have the rights to share clips, but I VIP'd you. Since I trust you. Only VIPs and moderators and myself can share links. Right, go to the side of conflict with the Seneschal.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
You're known for going clip crazy. Well, I don't have many clip crazy people in my chat usually, so when clips are made, it's usually myself after the fact. So I always appreciate some clip crazy people. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one. A rare moment where he allows his age and wariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear they were shouting your name? Of course they were. The organisation of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavour to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a bay's heating. Maybe it should be a sound alert. I'll see if I can't isolate it. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Can't believe they slimed him. What a big team here. Lost in the lower decks of my own ship.
Keep your wits about you.
Hello. I was born in this sector and looks like I'll die here too. Emperor, save us and keep us. This is depressing. Oh god. Inside the box, a string of scratched letters run along the edge. Different first names but the same surname. It looks like this box has been passed in the family from generation to generation. I was almost a Dullahan VTuber. Speaking of Hex. Very nearly. I just couldn't figure out how to make it work. Because, you know, kind of expression is part of the whole point of being a VTuber. And not having a head kind of takes away from that. Like, if I was better at special effects, maybe I could have had it, like, float separately, you know? But almost. The key locket is kind of like a leftover part of that bit of lore there. Like if this would have been what was holding my head in place.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Oh, what's going on here? The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master at Arms Jocasta Saddleback, who has arrived clad in armour. Judging by their expression and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and has now reached boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order. Now get out of my way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looks shaken, but there is fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So, not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Vent, Saddleback looming over her, or both. Your ladyship. Noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute. The subordinates follow suit a moment later. I want to speak to the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes.
I always keep my options open.
A dozen pair of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd. An elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. Tell me, what is troubling you? Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your ladyship, says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Oh god, they've got free will. Gun them down, quickly. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your ladyship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to 2 whole bays for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers. You see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent's the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling toward us. The grim man with his scarred face throws up his arms. Your ladyship, we're no villains here, we're honest workers. You're servants. We've plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace, without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say? I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there were heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was like evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing the investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not, and if there were, we'd be first to report them. And as for this amulet, whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. When that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with. Nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, the boots were really fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working we bow down before the machine spirits, the large and small transformers, and the servo motor, the same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your ladyship, we are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the arch-enemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I had had my third little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there? Or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbours? Ooh, that's a tough one. Like, they didn't know any better, but at the same time, it was taken off of cultists, you know? I wouldn't blame them, personally. Especially if they've not been taught anything in generations. Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorized the use of all necessary means to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the worker's presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Sourback, was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the labourers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting air supply and cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. We were attacked on the way here, how do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to the limit and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here, like that one that the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who have had just enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness test succeeded. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and the glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain herself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding folks can only improve things around here. We've gone too far, old Nan. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They'll probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbours out for stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies and we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They've promised us the world now, but as soon as the anointed one turns her back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Wow, okay. Well, I'm not going with old Nan's plan. They're not having weapons. That's just a bad idea. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons in the untrained hands would be worse. Once more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Oh Nan, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. I don't know a single person to hold a Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's not the time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old Nan. The three clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've had our minds made up. We've had our minds up. It's your turn to decide. We've made our minds up. God damn it, so much speaking today. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are gang up on me, is that it? So brave if you are against an old woman. Well, I'll shut up. I will indeed. I won't go against two clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great, that's fantastic. Lord Captain Wall agreed. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your ladyship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your ladyship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Right, we all good? Was that really so hard, Abelard? Why did you have to, like, send soldiers with guns?
Let us see what I found.
It's just take from the lower deckers.
Let us not dawdle. I always get the job done.
Looting my own crew's lower deck seems a little bit low. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of von Valencius' protectorate? You know what? Fuck you, Abelard. I liked you, but let's talk about your role in all this instead. You allowed this revolt to happen. Your actions practically guaranteed it would. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelard says irascibly. Remember Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Maybe if Theodore had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There was a new Lord Captain aboard the ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Yeah, fuck you, Abelard. I'm the boss now. Abelard looks at you, stunned, and exhales loudly. Then he nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the von Valencius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the signs of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers. I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture, Lord Captain. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on a flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And suddenly, everything that had been built for years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hangar on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on all the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come at a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it, and start living in a new world. A world where Theodora is gone, and where you and I have new decisions to make. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest. Your resolve is admirable, and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment, should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now please, let us leave the lower decks. If the Rogue Trader desires to stretch her legs, there are far more suitable places.
Is there money
to be
made?
That tension's cleaned up, isn't it? I put my foot down when necessary. It was not necessary with the lower decks. It was necessary with him. This has got a good story, hasn't it? I like it. Some good shit. We're barely into like the start of we're barely into the starter game. How many hours have I played? 8.9 hours? Blimey. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you've been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. Dream sequence. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here, in your study. You stand up and stare at the dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognise the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died in the ship's bridge, and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the edge of the desk, the sole remnant of Kunrad Voigtvir's weapon, slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. The dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop. I do not wish for any of you to die. The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly realise that your trembling hand has found a shard where its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by grovelling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon. A skillfully crafted sword with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt, adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eyes open wide. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there, on the bridge. The voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess. The tapestry is woven, the path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion. Never! Throw the demon blade away. Your body refuses to open your mind. The handle feels as if it's become one with your hands, and the gaze of the demonic eye sets your very soul ablaze. Resisting your fate is futile. You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from your vision, kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat, and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall those faces and the image of the sword in your hands. Only the deep cut on your palm and the bloodied shard lying on the floor remind you of what just transpired. That dream wasn't too disco, you're right. You would rather die than touch that thing again. So you reach a shaking hand for your Vox and call for a servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock to be claimed by the void. What? What? I clicked the thing that said link your account, and I guess now I've linked my account to Twitch. Sure, why not? Okay. I guess Twitch drops? I guess? Okay. Sure. Wow! Claim your rewards. No rewards available. They were like, fools! We made you link your account for no reason. Now we have your data. Curse them. They got me good with that. Right, when did I pick these up? Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by -5 for 2 rounds. Cute little golden bracelet for you there, Argenta. Also, take the goddamn eye thing off. It looks terrible. Whew. That was an intense scene. That was an intense couple of scenes. Now, can we hurry up and get to this bloody planet? I feel like every single attempt to get to this planet has ended with a cutscene. There we go. Scan it. Extractium. God, I love Warhammer. That's second only to unobtainium. Extractium. Wait, I can bring all of these party members? I didn't expect to have such a big party. I'm used to games just limiting you to 4, including your own person. I can just bring the whole damn team. I love it. More games should have that. I wish Baldur's Gate had that by default, instead of having it by mods. Oh shit. Look at a war zone. This is probably a hot take for Baldur's Gate 3, but I actually think while the story's good, the character interactions are actually pretty weak. Like, the one-on-one character stuff is good. Like, if you play as one of the Origin characters, the story that they've crafted around the Origin character is good, because it has lots of custom cutscenes and it has lots of choices that are impactful. But when you're just playing as your, like, custom Tav, the interactions between your different party members are lacking. Like, you go to camp and they all just stand there at their tents. Having played games like Mass Effect and Dragon Age, where you go back to your home base or your camp or wherever, and you just find your party members interacting and chatting and doing other stuff. But Baldur's Gate 3 just doesn't have that. It's just it lacks a like natural like feel, I guess. Like, what's a good term for it? It's not so immersive. It doesn't feel like I'm on an adventure with these party members. It feels like there's no banter, really, is there? Like, you get an occasional interaction while walking about, but you know, where's like a fun scene of them, like Gale, they talk about Gale does cooking. Why did we never see that? You know, stuff like that. It would have made the game so much more life, like full of life to me. Like, I still love the game. I've played it like so many hours, but it just lacks that little touch. So that's probably what stops it from being like a favorite RPG for me. Because for me, a favorite RPG are the ones where I actually like all the characters equally. Baldur's Gate 3, there's a bunch of characters I don't really give a shit about because the game doesn't make you give a shit about them, I guess. Like, I'm not like excited by the party dynamics and how they all interact. And I don't see how people ship them outside of the Origin. I guess they're Origin characters, I guess you could ship them that way. Yeah, no, I guess when you play what I need to do is I need to do an Origin playthrough as well. And put myself in the shoes of the Origin characters, because that could be fun. I've yet to do an Origin playthrough, and I really should. Because it's a lot more... it's like you get more unique choices, I suppose, and more cutscenes. The whole self-insert thing is a little bit lame. On replay, like, after playing it now like a dozen times, the charm disappears, and you realise the whole self-insert thing is a bit bleh. You know? Like... It's like even with games like Dragon Age and Mass Effect, the BioWare games, even those where technically you're creating a character, you're still like playing someone with a personality, you know? Like, Commander Shepard does eventually develop a personality, you know? So you're not just being a self-insert, but Tav is just a self-insert. And it's a bit boring on replay. Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing. A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles towards you from behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumpled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown, the rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you lot just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it, and on a shuttle like that. Where did you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He is visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport. Grab 'em, lads. We've got ourselves a rebel landing force. Abelard turns purple. By the holy throne, what is this mess? Idira glances around. They're in a tough spot, old man. Go easy on them. I absolutely love having Abelard do the introductions. It's my favourite thing. Abelard, enlighten this rabble about the proper manner of greeting the God Emperor's chosen. You stand before rogue trader von Valencius, you ignorant worm. Snap to attention this instant and give her ladyship a formal report. With a mixture of awe and terror, he snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplary soldier, and barks, "My mistake, ma'am. At once. The starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sergeant..." A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's words. Shrapnel flies everywhere with a piercing screech. One of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm, and is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, the sergeant turns back to you. "Pardon me, ma'am. Sergeant Lasse Malgar reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve?" Some dirty dog nearly shut down my shuttle. Straight to business. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? At the word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe. I don't know, ma'am. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. Might have to inquire at the headquarters, your ladyship, ma'am. What is going on here? Unrest, ma'am. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower levels sparked, then it went up the spires. They hit the Vox hubs, the arsenals, the mag train stations. Then Felix tore off his mask, precisely because he knew about the trouble on Vicad Minoris. He knew that none of our allies could come to our aid. Cassia lets out a soulful sigh. You may continue your report, peasant. My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priests linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Vicad Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures and ordered to increase security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised, and we were sent to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out here any minute. So I give him a shoulder pat, like a little shoulder pat, like hand out on the shoulder. You are doing fine work, Melgar, and so are your troops. It is people like you that hold the Imperium together. I live to serve. The sergeant's grim voice rings with a martyr's pride. I'm going to see the governor. I love that. I'm really doing a great job of playing like a naval officer. I show up, I say, good work. I'm going. See ya. If I may report, ma'am, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I voxcast orders to them to await for you. I'll inform headquarters. They'd better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. Yadira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she's looking for the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know, the same hand that salutes now might falter in darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, but I can't get my head round these fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. You're a good soldier, Malgar. I'll see you here as noted. The sergeant blushes slightly. This incredibly attractive and scarred naval officer just complimented you, Malgar. Little blush, hair behind the ear, like, ooh. I live to serve. Ooh. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands. Rumours. On your travels, you will hear many rumours. Those of them that are deserving of the rogue trader's attention are logged in a separate section of the journal. Sometimes rumours are just that. Other times there is truth to them. And in some cases there may even be more. To verify a rumour, travel to the place indicated in the rumour's description. Yeah, okay. Wait, what screen was rumours on? I don't recall it saying. Journal, probably. Warden of the Expanse. Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar is a powerful and mysterious figure who plays a pivotal role in the fate of the Coronus Expanse. His power is so great that it extends even over rogue traders. Ooh. Did anyone else see that random las fire just shooting through the wall there?
Rise to the top, or get left in the cleft. You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Cassia is an officer and your ship's navigator. She strikes foes with energies of the warp and supports the party by making her allies stronger. Voice of Command is an officer ability that increases an allies' characteristics. I know Voice of Command, okay. So Cassia is just me, but a psyker. Right, where are the enemies? All over the damn place. Okay, lightning. Oh, beautiful.
Will do. Was that you? Or follow my lead.
These guardsmen wear red. It's interesting. Oops.
Let's get to it.
Didn't flinch.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a lot of gunfire. Ooh.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty.
Get got.
Grey hair, sure hair.
Here we go.
This is a big battle.
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Let's get to it.
They just killed their own. They just killed their own ally there.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Don't cross the gaze. They'll have you for it.
I am a navigator. Face the navigator's might.
Jesus Christ! Cassia, you monster! God damn. I am a navigator, but I can also melt your brain with my eyeballs.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Oh, she can't attack. I might be able to give her an extra turn here. Ahoy, Bofa. Welcome in.
I'll make it happen.
Extra turn.
Not me.
Why can't you shoot?
That is not the Emperor's will. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Fine.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, wait, is it because they're in one tile? I think I might have got too close for shooting. I forgot about that mechanic.
I'll see to it personally. It's as good as done.
Right. Just brace then. Ooh. Is that a power club? God damn. Apologies, Argenta, but
I'm not so sure.
there we go.
On it.
I mean, I'm already impressed with how many companions it lets you take. Oh, there's a companion you don't like. I look forward to meeting them. You can use a medkit to restore your party members' wounds. I remember that. That's fine. Ooh, forgot about that.
Let me help.
Thank you.
At your beck and reduced to dust. Victory is imminent.
Out of my way.
My ears are ringing.
I did have to put my foot down with Abelard, though. I gave him a good 10 off.
Emperor.
During his little mission into the lower decks. But we came to a friendly conclusion with it.
Rejoice in battle. Eradicated.
Yeah, with the whole like, oh no, don't worry, I don't bother to tell you about stuff because I can handle it. It's like, no, you tell me shit, please. Ah! Thank you for the redeem, Gentleman Berserker.
I'll do it.
Okay, fine. Oh, I didn't notice him there. Whoops.
I will endure.
Shit. I'm blind. I'm doing a bad job this battle.
Cover me.
I've been playing for 3 hours though, to be fair, so. Some sluggishness should be expected.
But of course.
Follow my lead. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
This wound will make a fine scar.
Injuries will not slow me.
battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If I may, as duty demands.
Jesus Christ, Cassio is terrifying. Alright, well, good work, team. Sorry, I was a bit rough there.
Keep your wits about
Not
you.
quite as good as usual. Shock battens. Mazoa pattern sword. Ooh, that's better than what I've got. But it's also probably better than what... No, he's got a chain sword. Ooh, it's still better though. Oh no, but chain weapons deal 25% critical damage. I'll give myself the fancier sword. There we go. She does keep casting to 10 hells or some shit, doesn't she?
I always keep my options open.
What the hell? Folks, how about you don't come any closer and I don't shoot you? Gain true vision, renounce false sight, and all will be revealed. What the hell? Oh god! our gentle Abelard for not having that shit. I guess they were just like, well, this seems like heresy. Shoot first, ask questions later. Who are you? Lucky Jasper, the governor's aide and personal Vox operator. I was dispatched to Starport on special orders. The young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair. Are you unarmed, soldier? All thanks to you, my lady. Those blind lunatics are all over the city right now. These rebels, down into the void, go around maiming everyone they get their hands on and scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor sods driven mad by the pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense. He lowers his voice and adds with gravity. The command doesn't want anyone to talk about it, but I've heard whispers that it's not just some nonsense. It's heresy. Actual heresy. But because listening to it scrambles your brain. It made one patrolman freeze in his tracks while the blind mob got hold of him and carried him from his post off to who knows where. What exactly were you doing here on your own? Following Governor Medina's special instructions, namely... He grits his teeth with a pain expression furrowing his brow. Oh, right, it's a secret assignment. I can't talk about it. Wink at Adira. Mistress Class, would you kindly read all his thoughts for me? Adira winks back at you slyly. As you wish, Lord Captain. We'll reveal all his secrets in a jiff. Though I can't guarantee that his brains won't melt into mush in the process. But that's collateral, right? He pales, his eyes darting between you and Adira. No need, my lady. I'd rather volunteer everything myself than let this one rummage around in my head. She might break something. Well, I beg of you, don't tell anyone, or the governor will turn my brains to mush for sure. So, why did they send you to Starport? I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes, and how should I put it? Assess the situation. The planet is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our Vox net and are now eavesdropping. This made proper communication impossible. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium had sent out a distress call before it went dark. And who knows what's happening in the system. There's been a riot in Ricardi Filia, the prison planetoid. Urak 5 stations silent, although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch. I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or captain here who could give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their down cannon. He stops talking a little too abruptly. That's cruel. Brutally maim him. You know, I think I will punish you for disclosing classified information after all. I can do basically what you're suggesting there, Hex. I could be like, if you don't tell me everything, I will melt your brains. And then when he tells me everything, I can go, you told me everything, that's against the rules. Gonna have to maim you for that. Tell me about Uric 5. There's not much anyone can tell about it. That station belongs to Navis Nobilite themselves. Emperor knows what they do up there or who even lives there. They scorn ordinary folk. The only person they're willing to grace with an audience is the esteemed Vane Winterscale. It's beginning to sound like he's complaining. That place is creepy. They say they order shuttles with servants from Rykad Manoris on a regular basis. I guess they're too important up there to change filters and clean compartments themselves, huh? Except, I've never met anyone who was served there. It's not like no one ever comes back. Hey Cassia, do you want to talk to this guy a bit? Oh, there you go. Your brothers and sisters lived and died for a great cause, serving a Navigator house, and therefore all of the Imperium. It is a high honour, one that few could bear. Only now does Jasper notice Cassia, and his eyes go wide with fear. He opens and closes his mouth a few times, helplessly like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Instead he just nods nervously. Oh, Jasper's not having a good day, is he? There is something else you are hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets? It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason why I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Raquel Vicari, the esteemed Vane Winterscale's personal pilot. When the riot reports came from Vicari Filia, Lord Vane headed there personally. Then this rebellion started down here, and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That they'll come back, and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out the sky. I want to find a place that's high up, set up a Voxcaster there, and send them a transmission. The sky is closed off, don't try to land. But I didn't make it in time. Those blind dogs chased after me, and as I was running, I tripped and broke the caster. He hangs his head sadly. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of a Void Ship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there is always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulations and order. I hope that no harm comes to her. The Emperor protects, my lady. If someone you love is in trouble right now, may he protect them too. Who is a Vane Winterscale? The esteemed and honourable scion of the blessed rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, master of the Rykad system. At the behest of his illustrious father, or grandfather, or uncle, well, his illustrious relative, Lord Vane took up residence on Rykad Manoris. Jasper's face betrays a fierce inner struggle before he blurts out, You know what I think? I find it curious that blessed Caligos didn't make him the ruler of our world. Lord Vane is his blood, but it's the governor who rules us. Then why do you think he sent him here? I think he's been exiled. Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion? Well, obviously, I'm not some pessimist to say otherwise. I won't tell anyone. You really won't? Well then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. His words come flying at the rate of a stubber fire. This guy needs to shut up. Those rebels are strange. We should have easily quelled a normal riot. We're not some commoners, we're Acadians. The naval elite of House Winterscale. But those people, they're vicious, they know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise. It's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage. But it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she's the real danger. Adira scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. She can see into the future, is that right? We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain is involved. Tira's like, ooh, a challenger. Or rather, a lack of a challenge. I'm looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition who may have arrived on this planet. Have you heard of anyone matching that description? Jasper's face quickly turns grey as he says, I have, but I don't know where he is now. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. I have no more questions. It's my pleasure to be of service to you, my lady. It's been nice to chat with someone normal. He glances warily at the body of the nearest blinded lunatic. I must take my leave. You're right, we shouldn't stay here or we might run into rebels. I'll go find a place to watch the sky for any landing shuttles. May the Emperor protect you, my lady.
Let us not dawdle. Success is the only
Get on the side of the
outcome I
shuttle and
accept.
pilots slowly slagger the words, do not touch. A shipment of tithes. Never mind. It was gone before I could read it. Ooh. Increased range for my commander abilities. And it matches my fit. Oh, lucky day. You can have the green cloak. There we go.
Is there money to be made?
I like how all I read on that ship's engraving was do not touch, and I was like, well, you know what? I'm touching it. I see a shiny cloak I can wear. Whoop, explosive barrels. You love to see it.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
I will take you down.
I mean, the rogue has to mean something, right? I can't just be following all the rules. Otherwise I would just be a trader.
Let's get to it.
That's a lot of enemies. Fortunately, they're shooting themselves.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Anyway, stop blasting.
Doom?
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 What in the world is Doom? Did she say Doom?
I will not.
Wonderfully timed. Thank you, Alyssa.
They who discern the future on the battlefield
Chain
will
lightning.
do.
Oh.
Fortunate turn of fate. Anything else? Was that you? Or
Ooh.
Shields me.
Hard hit.
Here we go. Out my way.
Oh no.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
Cassia, I see a perfect opportunity for you here.
I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen.
Doom.
Isn't this a job for the
Jesus Christ. Cassia, you're wonderful. Never stop being
I'll
you.
see to it personally. Who, if not me?
Let's get to it. Hold on. Let's make it quick.
Do I think it would be funny just for giggles?
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Get whacked.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
she was questioning that a bit.
At your beck and call.
Whoops.
We'll rule the stars themselves.
Okay, fuck yeah, Abelard, let's go.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. At your beck and call. Indeed. It will be done. I will do my duty.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one. Indeed.
Oh shit! God damn! That was your teammate, dude.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith.
Faith says you don't need cover. Get out there, Argenta. Let the Emperor be your shield.
I know what is to come.
But also, just in case, let the Psyker be your shield too, maybe? Oh no, I can't reach him. Okay, that's fine. Go again, Argenta. God, they're tanky.
Doubt is for the weak.
I don't need luck. I have strategy. On it. I refuse.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Damn, that rebel commander is tough.
If only that were possible.
I'll see to it personally.
Okay, well then. Guys, you're embarrassing me.
My place is at the fore. It will be done. Reduced to dust.
Thank you, Abelard.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. Just a minor setback.
Just keep blasting.
His will made manifest. Is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Nailed it.
Always have a backup plan.
Oh my god, this guy here that got blasted by his teammate. Oh my god. The dismemberment in this is insane.
Cast your eye there. Duty prevails. I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today.
Oh. Well, these look like our guys.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
Okay, never mind.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Oh, okay.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Did they pretend to be blind so they could catch him off guard? What the fuck, tech priest? Woo. Hello, tech priest. I do love a tech priest. Pascal. The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half of his face.
Not another step.
A trill comes from the folds of the partially smouldering crimson raiment. It is Binheric speech, the sacred language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Binheric hymn transforms into a Fox-synthesized voice that sounds like thunder rolling over a vast plain.
Flee, for I am death.
His gaunt hand rises to stop you, and immediately your Fox howls in pain and your machine equipment starts crackling. The tech priest's blazing power axe disgorges a cloud of righteous sparks, and his visor glows menacingly in blue and green.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnis I am made of? Adamantine? Ah, placid.
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. Oh, I love that I can get him to fucking introduce me even when we're in danger. Abelard, this is no time to lose your composure. Present me.
Rogue trader von Valencius greets you, honored tech priest, and graciously grants you permission to remain in her presence.
Ah. Listen, if I need to be introduced, Abelard's doing it. I don't care what other options there are.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valencius. I am detecting no need for confrontation. The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
The tech priest stares resolutely forward, his mechandrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smouldering remains of the machine. How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
I presumed it was.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all their fireworks.
Who are you?
I identify as Magus Pascal Haneman of the priesthood of Mars.
Haneman.
By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orcelio's star charts in the Furibunda system, not far from the Void Colony of Footfall. You have traveled a long way to come here, esteemed Magos.
Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location.
1 second. Right, so I had to answer something important. 1 second. Okay.
My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
I invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Oh, fuck yeah, I got a tech priest. Love it. Hello, Pascal. A member of the Adeptus Mechanicus and followed the machine cult. Tech priests who initiated the secrets of maintaining the most sacred and advanced technologies of the Imperium, which makes their contribution to humanity's survival irreplaceable. Machine spirit banishment. So it reduces the damage dealt by the target. Deals damage to them if they have the reject the flesh feature, which I presume means they have a lot of machine augmentations. All weapons in a huge area gain additional effects. So they can buff and nerf weaponry, basically. And they are otherwise inoperative, just like Idira. Manipulator push. Medicae, Mechandrite. Ooh. Yes, please, be a healer. Yes, yes, yes. Being the first to attack a target gives some more damage. Exposed weakness costs 0 AP. The first attack deals additional damage. And then it just gets reduced for the rest of the time. Yes. We'll do that. Just max intelligence. We need an intelligent person. Joint analysis. Until the operative's next turn, the allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal +4 more damage. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficiency and block will be reduced. Joint analysis sounds good. Boom. Right, got a new ability to choose. I love that. Does that thumbs up mean it's recommended, I wonder? Air of Authority. The officer increases an ally's resolve by +3. Resolve is how long they can fight in battle. The amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn and after killing an enemy. Each officer encourages an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin, shunt, stunned effects. I yell at them so well that they just stop burning, bleeding, or being poisoned. Okay. Additional melee for allies, and they also immediately attack adjacent enemies if they're under voice of command. Provides an extra turn, but it's basically just for movement stuff and desperate measures. Okay. The target's next attack will ignore cover. And can... oh, go twice the distance. I like that one. When all stacks and never stop shooting should be lost, they become 15 stacks instead. Upgrade their willpower characteristic even if their current archetype does not allow it. Allies with brace get more dodge. All allies affected by brace for impact gain an extra turn with 0 AP and 3 MP. Oh, brace for impact lets everyone move. That's really good. Enemies in a 5-cell radius around the Navy officer suffer -10 weapon skill. I like getting to cover. Better to die for the Emperor. While under 40% wounds, Imperial World characters get +10 bonus to all characteristics and +2 to resolve. doing my part. If no other character in the party has the same archetype as this character, that's no use because I've got her. Enemies in a 5-cell radius around a Navy officer suffer -10 weapon skill and -10 ballistic skill. That's good because he gets up close and personal. Precise attack. The next attack against the target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficiency and block will be reduced. Let's go for that because she often puts exploits on people. Wait. I guess it has to be one of the others. It can't be ballistic skill. More damage with bolt weapons, doubled against demons, psychers, and xenos. That just sounds good. Get back into fight sounds like it would be good for her. Although she's got some other stuff here, actually. She does need another damaging thing that isn't a AoE. Because currently she can only do AoE. So, deal damage and immobilize. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced by 5. Whenever an ally gains an extra turn, I do that a lot.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Arc Rifle and Omnicia Axe. Holy Vestments. I was just curious.
Always keep your eye on the
How do I get up
prize.
here?
You are outdated and so. Your body has suffered deterioration and requires modification.
Funnily enough, I've grown rather attached to the old thing. But have patience. Someone will shoot me any minute now, and then you'll have your chance to upgrade me.
Damn, it said Abelard is old. Sin Skin. 25% armor with no dodge penalty. Reduces damage by -20%. Plus 5% dodge to where's ability is more than 40. Agility is more than 40. Hang on. Have we got people with agility with more than 40? Yes, that would be... Idira. I've got the perfect thing for you here. Thin skin. Well, there's no harm in just giving everyone a little bit of a backup knife there, you know? For like a quick little stabbing. I keep getting as a shotgun is offhand.
Keep your wits about you.
I mean, yeah, no, wearing cans on the back is cool. Sisters of Battle have always been cool. They are, like, having one as your, like, first party member, incredible. Love it. You sure the machine spirits will listen to you? Quit your whinging, I've seen the tech priest do it twice. I once even brought a sensor to him. Of course they'll listen. They didn't listen, did they? Alert, profane violation of the algorithm. Hey, you're up.
Executing request. This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
I'll make an example out of you.
Spare none of them!
Thin skin is bespoke because they're literally skin tight. Oh, so it is a bit weird they're loose, isn't it? Let's see what Pascal can do.
What is this foreboding? On it. Be gone.
Bap.
Will do. But of course.
Whoa! God damn. Okay.
I'll make it happen. I won't stand for it. I'll see to it personally.
Advancing.
I'll make it happen.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. If I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Who if not me? On it.
Here we go. Let's get to it. High momentum.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. Eradicate it. Power resides in the will of the righteous. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act. Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands...
God, so much gunfire for Magenta. Love it. Where the hell's the final enemy? Oh, there they are. Whoops.
Was what an unfortunate turn of fate.
Right, well. That was easy.
Let us not dawdle.
Ooh, we're nearing 5 hours. It doesn't feel like that long. We'll keep playing for now. Well, I don't know actually. Maybe... Let's just sort out our inventory real quick and then we can make a decision. Whenever the wearer deals damage to an enemy, the wearer has a 25% chance to gain 2 MP. Sure. Does it feel ugly? Huh. Does that clip through that? Is that what that is? Oh, it does, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't clip, I guess. I don't know. Weird.
always keep my options open.
Here, my son, do. Strut my way on over to you. You like my son?
Hello, and welcome. Thank you for the raid, Love Burbs. We have a party of 2. My name's Rosalind. Lovely to meet you. Come on in. We're playing some Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader today. Success to failure ratio of combat objectives completion for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I would advise the local rulers to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. Your uniform looks odd on you, soldier, as if it belongs to someone else. Apologies, your ladyship. The soldier draws himself up and goes to adjust his gear. It's a new uniform. The guards are in a difficult situation right now, so often we get issued whatever's left, and it isn't always the right size. Your mouth is full of mud, soldier. You're hiding something behind beaming hues of faith and loyalty. What is it? The soldier gulps nervously under the stern gaze of Cassia's ruby eyes. Fear, I guess? In times like these, if you give in to weakness, you're done for. And I'm not done with life just yet. Yadira winces, glances at you, then shakes her head. How did you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? The Emperor protects me, the soldier replies with confidence. I didn't run, your ladyship, if that's what you're thinking. I was by my commander's side until the very end. I shot the last rebel from the gang that attacked us, but alas, the captain succumbed to his wounds, and others had already died. The Emperor rests their souls. What can you tell me about the insurgency? The ungrateful rabble rose in rebellion against the planet's lawful governor and his lordship Caligos Winterscale. Are ruled by the will of the Emperor. They are all heretics, deserving of a most terrible death. Order will be restored. The guilty will be punished. Enough talking, let's go to the command centre. Yes, your ladyship. We have to take this avenue. It leads from the starport right to the command centre. It's a short walk.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Over there!
That guy is a bit sus, isn't he?
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
Oh, come on. When I click disarm trap, you shouldn't run straight over it. Oh well, at least no one was hurt. Yeah, okay, there you go. You've arrived at your destination, now you'll die. For Vora and the Final Dawn.
You will beg for mercy, and I will grant none.
Well, I saw that shit coming.
It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Get cleaved, traitor.
Indeed. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Let's get to it.
What were you playing today, Loveburbs? And how did you find my stream? Were you just searching for other people playing the same game, or fan of Warhammer? Looking for VTubers? That was the Nothing Personnel kid. I do love that move. It's empowering to shit.
I am a navigator.
I'd rather not. I will do like you. Victory is imminent.
Good work, Abelard.
Let's get to it.
As the tactical imperative dictates. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Woohoo! You were playing Warhammer Rogue Trader, and at the end of your stream, you decided to raid a channel. You thought mine looked nice. Plus, it was in English, so we could understand the reaction. Well, welcome in. This is my first time playing Rogue Trader. Not this stream, but like my first playthrough. This is my second stream playing it. I last played it at Christmas.
I'll do it.
I'm a long-time Warhammer fan, though.
On it.
I'll see to it personally.
Cover me.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
I am ready for whatever comes.
Oh, you're doing like a heretic playthrough, are you? I decided I should try and play it cleanly for a first time playthrough.
Another enemy down.
Might be a little bit more boring, but it gives me more of a standard impression of the game, I guess.
Will do.
Playing a Fortress World Navy officer.
Follow my lead.
Evil playthroughs can be fun, but they are tricky in RPGs. Is that like a trap? Why is it red? Okay, yeah.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Yes, Abelard is also the same kind of background, I realised.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. Running binaric override.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I've already done a mission with him in the lower decks where I found out he was kind of just secretly quelling rebellions without really telling me. Because that's how it always worked with him in the old Rogue Trader. So I had to have a stern talking to him about, you know, new Rogue Trader, new rules. You know, involve me and stuff. Which was a fun mission.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Emperor's will. I'll do it. Strike is a prayer. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Anything else? Be gone!
The wounded young man looks at you spitefully and hisses. Your victory means nothing. Aurora will come for you, and even if she doesn't, no one will escape the final dawn. Updating data catalogue. The characteristic tendencies of the planetary defense forces of Vicad Minoris to run into ambushes is not a consequence of chance of negligence. It can only be explained as some twisted variation of combat tactics. This phenomenon is depressing. Death to heretics and traitors. I do not fear death at the hands of filthy dogs mired in their own lies. Take my soul, Aurora. See ya. I had to draw my sword for that, you know. Just for, like, dramatic flair. Hand flamer. Hello. One-handed flamethrower. You can have that as your backup weapon. Wait, can you dual wield a pistol and a flamer? Okay, yeah, that's your secondary weapon sorted. Although, close combat. Sword and flamer. Yeah, okay. That's cool. We take that.
I always have a backup plan.
Why wouldn't one-handed flamers exist in this world? Stub carbine, not much use. More cargo. The food in the stalls is covered by a thick layer of stone dust. It was abandoned in a hurry. Numerous pumps compared to the other machines are thumbing away on the lower levels of the Great Bridge. Oh, more rebel gunners.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
They will bow before me.
Are you ready to die?
Hold on. Let's make it quick.
Well, they're nice and grouped up.
I'll see to it personally.
Oh, beautiful.
My vow is to serve.
Guided by faith.
Advancing.
A tactically sound approach.
On it.
doesn't work.
No damage.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, you, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury!
Oh, thank you for all of the hydrate, stretch, and posture check redeems. Welcome in, Chain. Ah. Oh, almost fell back on my chair there, doing the stretch. Whoops. Practice safe stretching.
Painted black. I'm afraid not. Do not dare ask.
Who, if not me? I'll make it happen.
If only that were possible.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Nothing personnel, kid.
At your beck and call. It will be done. Someone else can do this.
I know what is to come. Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate. No can do.
Sorry, Abelard.
I am registering numerous losses among combat and civilian units. There is a high probability that these values would be lower under a more competent. The machine god grants me insight.
Oh, this can only be worn by a heretical character. Okay. Ooh, do I get my own chainsword finally? Hell yeah. It's about time I got one. Do I want that or do I want what I already had? We'll go for the armor. I don't do much dodging, I just sort of tank it. It's just better. Also ugly, so turn that off. From the vantage point, it does not seem like this lavish mansion has been damaged by explosions. You cannot enter. Like it's blocking the entrance to the inside. Right. We've hit 5 hours of stream, and I'm going to call it here. Thank you to everyone who raided. Hopefully you've enjoyed this nice long stream. Hopefully you're enjoying the new start times. I will be streaming tomorrow. On my schedule, I'm moving because I couldn't do what was it? I couldn't do Signalis yesterday because of the PC problems. So I'm doing Signalis tomorrow instead. So expect Signalis tomorrow. And then we have more Yakuza 0 on Friday. We're finally going to continue that story. Yeah.
That's my girl.
Let's find a raid target. Let me just double check I definitely saved there. Yes, I did. Hello. Right. Raid target time. Let's see who's on. Thank you for the raid, Loveburbs. I hope you continue to enjoy your Rogue Trader playthrough. Let's see. I'm looking at 2 options here. Let's go with Alazif, Book of the Dead, who is playing Fallout 4 with crowd control on, so you can mess about with him or support him by spawning stuff in game using crowd control points, which is always fun. So go show some love to Alazif, he's a great guy. And I will see you all tomorrow. Ignore schedule. Pretend Signalis Tuesday is tomorrow Thursday. Tomorrow 3 PM. Right? You can find tons of VODs on my YouTube. You can find my Discord on that link. Yeah, follow me on Blue Sky as well. All the links are below. So do show your support that way. It'd be nice to chat some more. See ya.